Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, January the 15th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Number 2 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none. Move on. Number 3 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the agenda of the special council meeting for January the 15th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Roux, second by Councillor Waters. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. Council, we have 3 items on the agenda tonight to move into closed session. Do any member wish to move into closed session? So we'll start with the first one, the appeal of passage of zoning bylaw 2024-43 regarding 221 Fox Street. The file is PL 2025-02. Council, anyone want to go into closed to discuss this matter? Okay. The second item is regarding a request to purchase 132 Church Street, PL 2025-01. Do any member wish to go into closed to discuss this item? Deputy Mayor. Okay, and the third one is regarding a legal and insurance claim update 2024 CL 2025-01. Do any members wish to go in close to discuss that item? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you're good, what we'll do is we'll just move those 2 motions and then we'll go in close to deal with the third one. And let me grab them. Actually, we'll do them when we come out because I want to pull up those motions. Okay, Council, so I have a motion that in accordance with the Town of Pantangaline Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Pantangaline move into an in-camera session to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by municipality or board, litigation or potential litigation affecting municipality or local board, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice as subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And again, we're going to go in to discuss request to purchase 132 Church Street, PL 2025-01. I'm going to look for a mover. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Waters. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. So we'll move in camera to deal with that item.
Your Worship, could you just please clarify that it's in fact a request to the municipality to purchase as opposed to the municipality looking to purchase?
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk or CEO if you can address that here or if you want to address that in closed.
Thank you, Your Worship. The subject matter will be discussed in camera, and then I might suggest that if there's a report out after that, we can provide that clarification.
That's fair for me. Is that okay, Councillor Vedbacher? Okay, Council, we'll resume into closed session. All right, council. Thanks. We've come back from our closed session. We have a motion that the council of Town of Penetanguishene rise from an in-camera session with a report. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Waters, second by Deputy Mayor LaRose. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, we have one motion from our in-camera. We have the two that we didn't want to discuss that we'll do together now. So the first one's regarding the appeal of passage of zoning bylaw 2024-43 regarding 221 Fox Street. It's report PL 2025-02. I have a motion that the council appoint Lupsha Nixon LLP and MHBC Planning as representatives of the town of Penetanguishene regarding the appeal of passage of zoning bylaw 2024-43 relating to 221 Fox Street. I'll look for a mover. Councillor LaRue, seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. Comments or questions? We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The second item is regarding a request to purchase 132 Church Street. We have a motion that reads that the Chief Administrative Officer be given a threshold to negotiate for the sale of 132 Church Street as per option 1 in the staff report PL 2025-01, and that a purchase and sale agreement be entered in accordance with staff report PL 2025-01 to set out the conditions for sale. I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Our third item was regarding a legal insurance claim update for 2024. I have a motion that council receive the legal insurance claim update, staff report CL-2025-01 for information. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Waters and seconded by Councillor LaRue. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Number 6, our question period from the media and public regarding our special council meeting at 6:30. Anybody have any questions or comments? And we'll look for a motion to adjourn at 6:48. It's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Vadabunker. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And we'll adjourn until 7 o'clock for the start of council. Thank you. Good evening, Council. We're going to call our council meeting to order for Wednesday, January the 15th, 2025 at 7 p.m. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for joining us here this evening. We'll start with our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name and, more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. All right, again, thank you everyone for joining us here this evening. I'm going to ask of Council if we can stand, and Councillor Roux, would you mind guiding us in our Council commitment, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Engagement du Conseil pour la ville de Penetanguishene. Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens, dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce qui nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Qu'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you, Councillor Roux. And Councillor Vadabunker, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask all those in attendance and those that could not be here to assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the freedom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabunker. Emily, I'm going to see, do we have our public safety announcement from Chief Renault available to play?
Hello, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Before we start, just a few messages. For those that require the washrooms are located just outside of council chambers, to the right, down the hall. Town Hall is protected by a single source fire alarm system. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the building through the rear doors or the side doors, make your way down to the parking lot closest to the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address for Town Hall is number 10 Robert Street West in Penetanguishene. And I'd like to remind everyone that we have a public access defibrillator just outside of council chambers. I wish you a safe and good council meeting. Bonsoir et bienvenue à la ville de Penetanguishene et à la salle de conseil. Avant que nous commençons ce soir, une couple de messages. Si vous avez besoin de les chambres de bain sont situées juste à l'extérieur de la salle de conseil, au bout du corridor à votre droite. La salle de conseil est protégée d'un système alarme à feu de 1 stage. Si l'alarme à feu sonne, veuillez quitter la salle de conseil par les portes à l'arrière ou de côté et on se rejoint dans le stationnement près de l'église. En cas de problèmes médicaux, veuillez signaler le 911. L'adresse ici est le numéro 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Et je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a un défibrillateur public juste à l'extérieur de la caserne. Je vous souhaite une bonne soirée. Merci. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emily, and thank you to Chief Renault. Councilor, we're going to move on. Number 4 is approve the agenda. I have a motion that the agenda of the council meeting for January 15, 2025 be approved as presented. It's moved by Councilor Marshall, second by Councilor Vadavankar. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 5 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members of council have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6. It's our open forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address council about anything that's important to you. We ask that you register with Madam Clerk before that process. Madam Clerk, is anyone registered for the open forum this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no one registered for our open forum this evening.
Okay, and I'll ask, does anybody wish to address council on anything? Emily, is anyone online that wishes to address us? Thank you very much. Number 7 is statement of members. This is an opportunity for members of council to address the public about the work they're doing on your behalf. So twice last year in 2024, I passed over COLs and I said I would bring you out for lunch, and I did do that. It came to my attention, council, that in November, when we did this, I passed over the deputy mayor. So that came to my attention in December. So my apologies, Deputy Mayor. It was sure, lunch and dinner. I'll do that. But with all due fairness, I did not mean to skip over you. I tried to move it so that everyone has the first chance to go. So my apologies to the deputy. Yeah. Deputy Mayor, can you please lead us off with statement of members tonight, please? Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm hoping that everybody had a good holiday. It was that time of the year to be off. We started the year back early on January 3rd. We hosted a public open house at our library. It was very well attended. There was lots of treats, lots of goodies. There was lots of goodies for the kids. There was activities going on, and I just wanted to say it was very well attended. On the 7th of January, I attended the quarterly update at Waypoint Hospital on behalf of the mayor as he was on holidays, enjoying the sun while the rest of us were here in the cold, but that's all right. And the only other thing of importance was this morning I attended the community budget process down in Barrie. We got our 3 minutes to explain to them why we needed a heads and beds increase. As council's aware, we've been working on that for a number of years, and we put in our 3 minutes, and that's where we are at. So, Your Worship, that'll do it for me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and again, my apologies to you for skipping you in November. Councillor Waters.
I spent most of my time with one-on-one meetings with people, probably in excess of, I would say, at least 60 people that I had one-on-one meetings with. There was the open house for the library, and I suggest that anybody in town that hasn't renewed the membership come out and renew it. And of course, anybody in Tiny Township's more than welcome to come as well. I also attended I'm not sure what you'd call it. It was a potluck supper for the Lions Club. And I, along with Councillor Marchand and Councillor DeRush. And I was amazed at the number of people there that were new to Penetang, less than 5 years. And they're a very active club. And I couldn't help but think what a great town it would be if there was more people in clubs similar to that doing the wonderful work that they do.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Vadavankar.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really don't have too much to say. Our last meeting was December 11th, leading right into the holiday period. And as was mentioned, there was a little bit of a slowdown. And I also went away the first week of January. So I'm actually just back as of Tuesday. So back at it.
Thank you, Councillor Vadavankar. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things for me. Certainly enjoyed the break over the holidays with my children. So I was also, as Councillor Waters mentioned, we were at the holiday potluck for the Lions Club of Penetanguishene at the Legion. Nice that they say December's so busy, so they do their event in January. And so there was a wonderful evening and lots of sharing of the wonderful work that they do as a really small service club within Penetanguishene, but doing a lot of really great work. In addition, in the month of December, I did attend the SSCA staff holiday lunch. They also had a potluck, and I was an honorary guest, and so I didn't have to bring anything, but went home with lots of goodies. And it was great to really celebrate a wonderful year that the SSCA has had, and you will have seen the newsletter, and I did make the Christmas card picture as well, representing the town of Penetanguishene proudly with the SSCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure, as most of you know, that the month of November was a long month for me, and a month that I wasn't too able to attend a lot of things. So the one thing that I was very pleased that I was able to attend the town volunteer dinner in November. The potluck at the Legion, I had been invited, but unfortunately I had to forego that one. I attended the museum board meeting on January the 9th, and I also attended curling club board meeting January 14th last night. So that brings me up to date.
Thank you, Councillor Leroux. Elise.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things, and it's already been noted, but certainly the holiday season was great. Town hall and town staff had an opportunity to have some time off. Municipal offices and facilities were closed for approximately a week, or a little longer than a week, but certainly eager to get back and start the new year. And while our public works team responsible for roads maintenance would really love if those responsible for the weather could just take a little bit of a break, I know that our folks in RCS are excited because they're in full-fledged Winterama planning mode. So excited on one hand that we're receiving this weather, and on another hand, it would be great if our folks in public works could receive a little bit of a break. And then last but not least, with us this evening, we have our new communications and IT coordinator, Brittany Bunn, who's sitting at the back. Brittany joined us last week. She keeps returning and with a smile on her face. So we're excited to have Brittany with us, and lots of things underway and lots of priorities to continue shaping the municipality. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Elise, and welcome to the municipality. I attended our EDSNS board meeting in December, and I also participated in our Christmas vigil that the Legion puts on every year, which is very well done. I also want to just extend a huge amount of support and thank you to the community. The last 12 days we've been down at Sunnybrook. My son was involved in an accident, and tremendous amount of support from council, our staff, and the community at large. I can't get over the amount of support and emails and text messages and calls. So thank you to everybody. It was a tremendous emotional roller coaster. I can't tell you, I don't want anybody to go through what we went through, but he's coming home tonight. I was coming home to Georgia May General tonight. So we've got a year of rehab, but we're going to get through it. But from our heart and my family, thank you to everybody. And Deputy Mayor, thank you for stepping in for a couple of the events I couldn't do. I really appreciate that as well. All right, Council, let's move on to number 8. It's our public meeting. This is a public meeting tonight under Section 34 of the Planning Act to consider zoning bylaw amendment application for the property at 65 Nettleton Drive, file number ZA4-2024 to Council. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. Please note that this meeting is not intended to debate the merits of the application, nor will it be a question and answer session. There will be an opportunity later in the meeting to ask questions regarding the application after this public meeting is concluded. Andrew, I'm going to ask if you could kindly introduce the application for us. If you can confirm if there's been any notification. Can you please note any correspondences received? And can you please outline the proposal for us?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. I can confirm that tonight's notice of tonight's public meeting was given on December 19th through the North Simcoe and Springwater News. As well, it was posted on the town's website and on the town's engagement site, Connect Penetanguishene, circulated to agencies as required by the Planning Act, as well as a notice sign in accordance with the town's policies. So notice has been given for tonight's public meeting. Furthermore, I'd like to confirm that comments have been received from some agencies, including Bell, Enbridge, the SSEA, and staff. There have been no public comments received to date on this application. Those comments are included further on in your agenda package under the report for this application. I do believe we have Jonathan Pock from Morgan Planning on the line, who's got a presentation prepared to outline and explain the application, and so I'll turn it over to him.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Jonathan Pock. I'm a senior planner at Morgan Planning and Development, here on behalf of our client, Sam Lowry, with respect to the property located at 65 Nettleton Drive. Again, the file number is ZA4-2024. Next slide, please. The subject property is shown in general at the red arrow on the screen. In general, it is at the northwest corner of Nettleton Drive and Scott Street, and just would like to draw your attention that it is just south of the Rotary Park. Next slide, please. Subject property has a lot area of approximately 2,145 square meters, has approximately 33.4 meters of frontage onto Nettleton Drive, and is currently vacant, does not contain any buildings or structures, and fronts obviously directly onto Nettleton Drive. Next slide, please. This slide is just showing an aerial image of the subject property. As you'll note, there are no buildings or structures. It is located in a developed area of the neighborhood. And again, just wanted to draw your attention that it is south of the Rotary Park. Next slide, please. Just like to start with the right-hand image, which is an excerpt from the town's official plan. The subject property is designated neighborhood area and environmental protection. Neighborhood area is the area in yellow, and kind of the green squiggly line is the portion of the property that is designated environmental protection area. On the left side of the screen is an image, an excerpt from the town's zoning bylaw. The current zoning of the property is open space, which is shown in the green, and the blue represents the portion of the subject property outlined in red. The blue represents the environmental protection zone that's currently on the property. Next slide, please. The subject property was subject to a consent application, which was approved by the town's Committee of Adjustment last year. The image on the screen is an excerpt from our, or the provisionally approved lot configuration sketch. Just would like to draw your attention to the current fabric today is outlined in black. The provisionally approved consent applications seek to create one new severed lot and one retained lot. The dividing line between those two lots is shown in the green dash line. As part of our application submission, which I will highlight in a few slides, there was an environmental impact study prepared, which informed the developable area on the property, which is shown in the red dash line. And the application before council this evening is to rezone essentially the area shown in red to the south towards Nettleton Drive to a residential zone, which would facilitate the construction of a single detached dwelling on each the severed and retained lots. The northern portion, and I have a slide later in my presentation which will detail this, of the property would be zoned to the environmental protection zone in accordance with the findings of the EIS that was submitted. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the purpose of this zoning amendment this evening is to satisfy one of the conditions that was approved or implemented by the town's Committee of Adjustment, specifically condition number 5, which required the rezoning of the subject property. Notably, the application also seeks to rezone a portion of the environmental or a portion of the property to the environmental protection exception zone. So that would be the northern portion of the subject property. And the exception would seek to allow for the installation of water and wastewater services. The servicing available to the subject property is actually located to the north and not off of Nettleton Drive, and it's actually coming from the Rotary Park. So we were seeking an exception to the environmental protection zone, which otherwise would not permit as of right to allow for the installation of water and wastewater services. So the exception would seek to allow for that. Thirdly, the zoning amendment would implement a 5-meter setback from the water course. It's more of a depression of water through the subject property and would ensure that buildings and structures on each one of the severed and retained lots would be set back from that accordingly. And lastly, the zoning amendment seeks to a site-specific definition for lot coverage, which would be implemented for the site. Under the current zoning bylaw for the town, the calculation of lot coverage is based on the zone boundaries. So as mentioned, there are 2 zones being sought, which would apply to the property, the environmental protection exception zone and the residential 1 zone. Under the current bylaw, it requires the calculation to be provided based on the zone boundaries, whereas we're seeking a site-specific definition that would allow for the calculation based on the entirety of the lot. Next slide, please. This is an image from the proposed zoning bylaw amendment schedule. The area in the cross hatching on the northern part of the property is the portion that would be rezoned from open space to environmental protection exception zone, again, to allow for the installation of those services. And the southern portion of the lot, so in the straight line hatching and the gray hatching, that would be rezoned from open space to residential 1 exception. Again, the exception to the R1 being the 5-meter setback from the water course, which generally traverses through the property. Next slide, please. In support of the consent application, as well as our zoning bylaw amendment application, there was a number of technical studies that were completed, including the EIS, traffic impact review, geotechnical assessment, functional servicing brief, and a planning justification report. I'll provide a brief summary of each in the following slides. Next slide, please. So just in summary, an environmental impact study was prepared in support of the applications, reviewed the species at risk, and also informed the developable area on the subject property. And the proposed lot configuration that was provided has been established in accordance with the findings of that environmental impact study. There were recommended mitigation measures identified in the environmental impact study. And as a condition that was attached to the provisional approval of the consent application, a site plan control agreement would be required to be registered on the title of each one of the severed and retained lots to ensure that the mitigation measures are implemented on the property prior to a building permit application being issued. We did have an EIS addendum letter prepared in October of last year, and that was to speak to the installation, specifically to the installation of the water and wastewater services, which would again come through the northern portion of the property that would be rezoned to environmental protection. Next slide, please. As part of our application submission, we did include a traffic impact review that was related to sight lines and traffic generation, what have you. And overall, it concluded that the traffic generated by the 2 single detached dwellings, that would be constructed in the future, could be supported by the existing road network. Next slide, please. In support of the application, we did have a geotechnical assessment completed. The purpose of the report was to inform some of the construction elements related to the foundation construction design and the servicing designs. The report concluded that there are a number of mitigation measures required. As you'll note, like the excavation timing windows and the design of the dwellings, that's something that would be required to be adhered to through a site plan control agreement as well as a building permit application. Next slide, please. Also in support of the application was a functional servicing brief, and that touched upon how the proposed severed and retained lots would be serviced by water and wastewater services. Next slide, please. And as part of our application, we submitted a full planning justification report detailing consistency and conformity with the applicable planning policies. We do note that at the time of the application, the previous PPS was in effect and the growth plan, which have now been updated and removed. So we do realize that an updated PJR is going to be provided, and that will be provided shortly to the municipality and would be provided to staff and council prior to recommendation report coming forward. Next slide, please. So just in summary, the zoning bylaw amendment seeks to address and fulfill one of the conditions that was included as a condition of provisional consent by the town's Committee of Adjustment. Would ultimately facilitate rezoning the subject property to facilitate one single detached dwelling on each of the severed and retained lots. And additional information regarding the proposal and how it conforms and is consistent with the applicable planning policies has been included in our planning justification report, which is included in this evening's council agenda package. That concludes my presentation. If there are any questions or comments, be happy to do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polk, for your presentation this evening. I'm going to ask if anyone in the audience wishes to make any comments on the application. If you do, I just ask you to come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please. Okay, and I'll ask again if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to make any comments on the application. If you can make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Emily, is there anyone online that wishes to make any comments or questions regarding this application? Okay, Mr. Polk, any concluding comments from you, or are you good from your presentation?
Thank you, Worship. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll thank everyone for your attendance and participation in this public meeting. There will be a motion later on in this evening's agenda under matters for consideration where council will address this matter. Thank you. We're going to move on, council, to number 9, our delegations and presentations. We have none this evening. 10 is our adoption of minutes not already confirmed. I have a motion that the following minutes of council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. Special council for December the 11th, 2024, and council for December the 11th, 2024. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Vatabanker, second by Councillor Waters. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 11 is our consent agenda. We have no matters on our consent agenda this evening. 12 is matters for consideration. We have a few this evening. So 12A is regarding a public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 4-2024, regarding 65 Nettleton Drive, file numbers PL 2025-03. And the motion reads that the public meeting report PL 2025-03 for 65 Nettleton Drive, zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 4-2024, be received, and that any matters identified in report PL 2025-03 and at the public meeting be addressed in a future report to the committee of the whole. Now look for a mover. Councillor Roux and seconded by Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 12B is regarding results of our public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment ZA 12-2024 regarding 1376 Sandy Bay Road. The file number is PL 2025-05. And the motion reads that the zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 12-2024, application be approved on the basis that the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to all applicable provincial plans, the County of Simcoe official plan, the Town of Penetanguishene official plan, and represents good planning for the reasons outlined in staff report PL 2025-05. and that a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 be passed. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Vadabonker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 12C is regarding results of our public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment ZA 13-2024 regarding 1457 Tay Point Road. File number is PL 2025-06. Motion reads that a zoning bylaw amendment, file number ZA 13-2024. Application be approved on the basis that the application is consistent with a provincial policy statement and conforms to all applicable provincial plans, the County of Simcoe official plan, the Town of Penetanguishene official plan, and represents good planning for the reasons outlined in staff report PL 2025-06, and that a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 be passed. I only look for mover, Councillor Waters, second by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13 is our presentation, consideration, and report for Committee of the Whole. After Council concludes, we move into Committee of the Whole. So these are items that Council discussed in Committee of the Whole last month. It comes forward this month for Council to review those for further comments. Councillor Vadabonker, if you could help us with our Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you, Worship. At the December 11th Committee of the Whole meeting, Transportation Environmental Services section meeting, there were no new items for consideration. We had 2 items on the referral list. No new items were added to the referral list. On behalf of the Transportation Environmental Services section, I ask that Council approve the recommendations in the report, and I will move that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to Transportation Environmental Services section be approved, and I believe the Vice Chair, Deputy Mayor LaRose, is going to second that, and then I'll turn it over to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadabonker. Council, we've heard the motion. Anybody want to pull anything further discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Roux, if you could help us with the recreation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the last meeting of December 11th, 24, Recreation and Community Services Committee received 3 items for information. 1, the Library Board meeting minutes. 2, the Tourist Information Center 2024 summary. And 3, the York University Agreement and Ecology Garden. There were no items for consideration and no changes in the other. Chair, I would provide the summary as Chairman of Recreation Community Service. Move the motion and get a seconder. So I move this, and Deputy Mayor LaRose second.
Thank you. Anybody wish to pull any of these items for further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor, if you just don't mind your microphone, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, can you help us with the Plan Development Services section, please?
Sure, I can do that. Kind of wish Benita was here, but I'll do the best I can. At the last Planning and Development Service section committee, they've received 3 items of information. The first was a memo related to the appeal of a zoning bylaw amendment for 221 Fox Street. Second was a bylaw monthly activity report for November 2024. And third was a memo related to the Environmental Registry of Ontario amendments to reduce records of site conditions that are not supporting brownfields redevelopment changes to the Ontario Regulation 525-97 to exempt certain areas from approval under the Planning Act and approval of changes to Ontario Regulation 299-19 for additional dwelling units, an update on the referral item for 161 Church Street. Committee also approved the annual update to the Community Improvement Plan. And I, as the Vice Chair of Planning and Development, I would move that the motion, and I would ask for a seconder. It'd be Councillor LaRue. And all in favor?
I'll take care of that part.
You take the rest of it. There you go.
And the motion is the recommendation contained in the committee of the whole report for planning and development service section be approved. We have a mover and a seconder. Call for the vote. All in favor and opposed? That is carried. Councillor Marshaw, if you can help us with finance, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the Committee of the Whole report from December 11th, 2024, we had no consent agenda items that evening. We had one item that was brought forward for approval, and that was the municipal insurance pool with the county, which we also received a presentation that evening. Under the referral items, 2 items had been removed and 1 item was added regarding the Cultural Alliance. There was no additional questions. As the Chair of Finance and Corporate Service, I move the motion, and second by Vice Chair, Councillor Waters. You second that? So that the recommendation contained within the Committee of the Whole report related to finance and corporate services be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Marshaw. Council, anybody want to pull anything for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on, 14's presentations, consideration of the report for special committees. We have none. 15's notice of motions of which notice has previously been given. We have none. 16 is notices of motion. Any members of council wish to present a notice of motion this evening? Seeing none. 17 is consideration of bylaws. Council, before I read the bylaws, anybody wish to pull them for further comments? Okay. The motion reads that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene introduce the following bylaws. Bylaw 2025-01, being a bylaw to establish the rate of remuneration for members of Council of the Town of Penetanguishene, and to repeal Bylaw 2020-04 and all amendments to the same. Bylaw 2025-02, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2022-17 as amended of the Corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene. Bylaw 2025-03, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2022-17 as amended of the Corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene, and that the bylaws be read a first time and deemed to be read a second and third time and carried. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Vadabankar, seconded by Councillor Marshall. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Number 18 is our County Simcoe update. The mayor and deputy mayor sit on county council, and every month or every council meeting we like to reflect back what's happening at the County Simcoe. And the deputy mayor likes to provide those updates. So, deputy mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As it states in our agenda, we didn't have any meetings in the month of December. We shut down at the county for the holiday break and that. But yesterday we resumed. During yesterday's meeting, we took care of some regular housekeeping bylaws, and it was all pretty standard, and we had one major issue that we dealt with. We spent 2.5 hours on one item, going back and forth and around, and it was about the size of council, whether to reduce it in half or not. So that's where we're at with that. The only thing I would remind council of is to change that, it becomes a triple majority, in which case this council will have to deal with the bylaw. So by the time the clerk's department down there gets their wording and stuff together, then it will be sent up to us here, and then it will be dealt with later on in the year from this council. We get to physically vote on whether we agree or disagree with county's decision. So that's something to look forward to over the next probably 4 months. And that was it. After that, it was back to a quick meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to further add to the Deputy Mayor, so the triple majority process that the county does to change our governance model, County Council needed to pass a motion, which we've done. The next step is a public meeting. So the County Simcoe will do a public meeting. Then the County Council will pass a bylaw, and that bylaw, what the Deputy Mayor spoke, will come to all 16 lower tier municipalities, and the majority of the lower tier municipalities need to pass this. That will then go back to the county and make it happen. So it's a long journey that the Deputy Mayor said, but this council will have an opportunity to debate that in the future. Okay, Council, comments or questions for the Deputy on County Simcoe? Okay. Number 19 is our announcements and inquiries. Council, any members have announcements or inquiry? Councilor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have several. First one is Recreation and Events booklet for the winter of 2025 is out and available and downstairs. And then I have one here that is Snow Angels, also published, volunteers for snow removal for seniors and people with disabilities. For more information, you can contact Angel Proulx, our Recreation and Community Service Administration, and that's this flyer. The Friends of the Museum meeting, January 23rd at the museum, and that's in regards to organizing Winterama, their event. And lastly, on Thursday, January 30th at 6 p.m., there will be a showing of the videos done by the Cultural Alliance. Those are local people that were interviewed, and the video is going to be available at 6 p.m. on January 30th. That's it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Roux. Any other members of council? Any announcements or inquiries? CLEs, announcements or inquiries on behalf of the administration?
Thank you, Your Worship, but nothing at this time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor LaRose.
I just remembered it was brought to my attention that Emily, who has now completed her first year here as of, she was telling me yesterday. So
Wow.
Welcome to Emily for hanging out for a whole year.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing that up to our attention. And congratulations, Emily. And hopefully we have many, many more. All right, Council, let's move on to number 20 is our confirmation bylaw. We have a motion that the confirmation bylaw 2025-04 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Comments or questions? Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. And we're going to look for a motion to adjourn at 7:41. That's moved by Councillor Roux and seconded by Councillor Marchand. All in favor? And we're adjourned at 7:41. We'll be back in 5 minutes for Committee of the Whole. Thank you. All right, Council, good evening. We're going to resume with our Committee of the Whole. We're going to call our meeting to order for Wednesday, January the 15th, 2025 at 7:48 p.m. Number 2 is our approval of the agenda. We have a motion that the Committee of the Whole agenda for January the 15th, 2025 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vedabankar. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 3 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, forest presentations and delegations. We have one. It's a presentation by LEA regarding our parking strategy study. I assume that's going to be an online presentation.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chris Sidler, and I am the Senior Vice President in Transportation at Lee Consulting, and I have been project managing the Penetanguishene parking study. With me today from Lee is also Robert Keel and Christy Long, who have been integral partners and members of this project team. We are very pleased today to present the overall findings and recommendations of the study that we have been undertaking approximately for the last 8 months. Next slide. So overall, our study has really had 3 main key purposes to it. The first component on it was to really look at the parking that is being provided within the downtown area, consider any potential underutilized surface lots in the area, and understand whether or not there's any opportunities with respect to the underutilized surface parking lots, with the intention to support and create a continuation for a more vibrant and pedestrian-friendly downtown. The second premise of our study was to review the overall policy framework with respect to parking, identifying any potential issues within the policies themselves, to ensure that the policies are supporting existing and future local businesses, residents, and visitors. And then finally, was to specifically look at the town dock to ensure that the parking strategies and recommendations around the town dock at this point are reflecting the needs both currently and into the future. Next slide. The study itself had 3 primary phases to it. The first phase was one to look at the overall policies, the operations, and different monitoring elements that are undertaken by not only the township, but also other comparable municipalities. The second phase was to understand the future demand and identify whether or not there were any issues and recommend strategies to optimize the parking in the future. And then phase 3 was to review the current parking management and enforcement procedures and recommend an implementation strategy with respect to those parking strategies. Next slide. As I mentioned before, we have been working towards through an 8-month schedule of the project. Began last April. We had undertaken our initial stages of public stakeholder consultations through spring and early summer. Through the middle of summer into late summer, we undertook more of our parking demand evaluations to ensure that we were able to pick up on the key seasonal elements with respect to the parking demand. And then into the fall, we worked on developing the actual recommendations and governance recommendations. Next slide. As an overall, our study really focused on the downtown area, focusing on the approximately 436 off-street parking spaces that are spread across the various municipal lots, as well as at the lots at the church. Next. It also included a review of the on-street parking spaces within downtown core, approximately 255 of those. Next. Reviewing the parking strategies, we undertook a comprehensive review of best practices at other area municipalities that were considered to be comparable in nature and in context. Particularly, the best practice review focused on understanding how they addressed elements with respect to time limits, how they were incorporating paid parking, how they addressed the winter overnight parking regulations, how they provided or did not provide seasonal parking permits, how they, the number of parking enforcement officers that they had and seasonalities that existed within that, as well as how they addressed different permits with respect to boat launches. Next. As part of our exercise, we have had, as I indicated, a number of consultations with a number of advisory committees, including the Town Dock Committee and the Accessibility Committee and a number of other committees within the town. A number of topics have been raised through the course of that consultation, including topics with respect to having the parking demand, where the parking demand and location of the parking demand is located, how parking enforcement is undertaken within the downtown area, issues with respect to the angle parking provision, particularly with respect to safety provisions along Main Street, and difficulty around sightlines. The town dock parking, particularly identifying the high demand during the summer period, that there is a benefit and contribution to the provision of an overall pedestrian-oriented design, but this needs to be balanced with the needs and accommodation of the town dock requirements. There was a number of other components that required a need to accommodate and preserve the concerns and provide sufficient parking to provide the overall contributions to the town dock redesign process. And finally, the other contributions, including the ability to promote the downtown area as a whole, including a number of other businesses in the immediately surrounding areas. Next. We've also had the opportunity to meet with several of you to also discuss the parking opportunities and challenges within the downtown waterfront areas. Number of the comments that you raised with us included the provision and location utilization of parking, including that most of you indicated that there was sufficient off-street and on-street parking supply, but that there was some challenges in being able to find the parking that was available for people. There was suggestions that we had needs to redo some of the pavement markings to ensure that the parking was visible for people. With respect to parking enforcement, that the downtown area does require a degree of enforcement to ensure that we're having the appropriate turnovers that is able to support the employees and business owners to ensure that the patrons of the businesses are able to conveniently frequent the business establishments. With respect to the angled parking, it was identified that there were concerns with backing out of the angle parking, especially along Main Street, and that the parking on the slope along Main Street is particularly harder, especially during winter, and can potentially cause overhang issues out into the flow of traffic. With respect to the town dock, it was acknowledged that the town dock is underutilized for some parts of the year, with the exception of the high season during the summer. And that there was suggestions to potentially provide for protected zones with respect to buses to accommodate the flow of tourists around there. With respect to overnight parking, that the downtown residents do not have a place to park on street over the winter, and that this is a concern that they have heard. Next. As part of our study, we also undertook an online survey. We had a very good response rate where we received approximately 184 responses on a variety of different topics. Overall, some of the main elements to draw upon was that most of the respondents had indicated that while when they come to park in the downtown area, they're generally parking from anywhere between 1 to 2 hours. That people didn't seem to have any issues in finding parking that was available to them, that most of the respondents were against having paid parking on street and having purchasing residential permits. Overall, there was a number of safety concerns that were identified with the angle parking. Next. We also, as part of our consultation, included the business owners and the employees. We heard relatively similar comments with respect to those. 40% of those identified difficulties in finding parking. We did identify that they were also against the provision of paid on-street parking. And that there was generally a lack of parking within a desirable walking distance that was felt within their business establishments for their patrons. Next. To support our study, we also had identified that the town dock, we had undertaken surveys over a period of 4 days across 2 weekends. One was the May 2-4 long weekend, and the other one was more to capture more of a typical condition in July. Next. Overall, with respect to the town dock, we had generally a well-utilized parking lot where we did achieve just over 100% utilization. So essentially, it was full during the peak hour, but where the demand within the town dock then teeters off towards the shoulder periods of that peak period. Next. For the boat launch itself, we had less utilization with respect to the boat launch, but it was relatively constant across the day. This is very typical for the expected use for that type of use, where we're expecting longer durations of people parked within the boat launch gravel lot. Next. When we look at the town dock survey, and I'll get into this a little bit more in the recommendations, but just we also break the parking demand down into the average demand as well as the 85th percentile to ensure that we understand how the demand is actually peaking across the day and how level it is across the overall analysis period. Next. Similarly, for the boat launch, we do a similar analysis to understand not only the average demand, but also the peak periods within it. Next. We had also understood a contribution of the vehicles with trailers to understand specifically the vehicles that have to be within the boat launch area, as those are specifically required for the boat launch particular location. Next. So some of our recommendations, they're really broken up into 3 key areas. So I'll just go to the next slide. The first focused area of the recommendations includes what we call parking optimization and asset management, which is really the provision of the parking supply around. This includes a continuation of the parking data collection that is undertaken by the town on a regular basis. We are recommending a little bit of a different process in picking up the data moving forward to really focus on picking up the typical seasonal peak days and understanding a fulsome representation of the profile of the parking demand during those periods in time. The next recommendation is with respect to wayfinding and signage. This is really focused at improving the understanding of how people are getting to and where the parking is provided to make sure that it is clearly accessible to all individuals. The next element is with respect to the angled parking, but is to improve the signage and the enforcement with respect to the overhang to improve the sight line issues along Main Street. For accessible parking, we're recommending an increase in the number of supply, particularly identifying new spaces in some of the parking lots to improve the coverage that is provided, and improving the on-street parking environment, not as a specific project unto itself, but to piggyback upon other reconstruction projects that are being undertaken by the town. Next slide. The next area of recommendations is with respect to parking management and enforcement. This is really about the operations of parking and to ensure that it's running smoothly. The recommendations included an increase with respect to enforcement, particularly a focus on providing enforcement on a year-round basis. We also had recommended the provision of 15-minute loading zones within the block to facilitate some of the business needs for short-term parking requirements. There is a recommendation to reduce the 4-hour time limit on Peel to 2 hours, with the exception provided by a permit. We are recommending the introduction of a formal residential parking permit to provide for an extension for the people who require it beyond the immediate 2-hour limit that would be provided. There's also a recommendation for introducing a daytime parking permit along Peel to provide for businesses to allow for the employees of the businesses to be able to park for that extend beyond the on-street parking requirement limits. Finally, a recommendation to maintain cash in lieu policies for the town as a means to continue to support intensification in the downtown area. Next. The next set of recommendations goes into the town dock and are focused elements around the town dock. Next. So some of the key elements that we looked at, we went back to the parking demand work and surveys that we had undertaken, really focused on understanding the peak period and the parking demand within that peak period, with a focus around the 85th percentile. The idea around that is that it will be able to capture a recognition of the peak, the significant period of the peak, but it wouldn't necessarily capture the overall maximum parking demand that was observed. That we also observed the parking demand and available off-site parking lots to understand what options were available with respect to any parking that may be residual from the parking at the town dock itself. We looked at the different types of parking vehicles, understanding the demand between the vehicle parking as well as the boat and trailer demands, and understanding the synergies and opportunities between the two of those. Finally, understanding that we only had 2 weekends within our data, we did compare our data against the historical town data to ensure that the parking demand that we were identified was fairly reflective of the demand that the town has historically collected. Next. Overall, we are recommending a reduction in the number of passenger vehicle spaces being provided from the 109 overall by 37 space. Recommended supply from 146 to 109 with a reduction of 37 spaces. For the boat launch itself, we're recommending a small reduction of 2 spaces to that. Overall, and I'll get into next, this generally accommodates the 85th percentile peak. Any parking that is not able to be accommodated, we did identify a number of lots in very close by proximity, within less than a 10-minute walk from the town dock, where people would be able to provide parking. Next. When we look at the demand profiles themselves with respect to the proposed supply. The proposed supply is illustrated by the green line. The historical parking demand is identified by the orange line, where there is a small projection for approximately 2 hours, where we're anticipating having a residual overflow parking conditions of approximately 14 vehicles, where we believe that that parking can easily be accommodated in the adjacent parking lots in the surrounding area. Next. With respect to the boat launch itself, as you can see, similarly with the green line as being the proposed supply, there is only a very small projection across the understood proposed supply, with only one trailer vehicle not accommodated, and that was only for a very short, only one of our survey periods, so a small half-hour blip with respect to that. So that is understood to be a relatively minor impact, and the proposed supply can generally be accommodated by what the recommendations. Next. So overall, the parking vehicle should be consolidated, understanding that the existing parking permit system would need to be updated to accommodate some of the accommodations between the historical and previous components, that there are no changes recommended to the free daytime parking that is currently being provided at the town dock. We are making a recommendation that is seeking to balance the need to and desire to allocate some of the existing parking spaces to alternative uses to support the town dock revitalization, while maintaining the functionality and the desirability of the town dock and boat launch areas. Overall, it's a reduction of 37 spaces for the passenger vehicles and approximately 2 trailer spaces. We do anticipate a minor overflow conditions under very peak conditions during seasonal peak season components, but that can be accommodated in the number of municipal lots in the surrounding area. Overall, we also do believe that there's an ability to dedicate and to provide for passenger pickup and drop-off activities, including the shuttle bus, to support the boat cruises that currently operate at the town dock. Next. So finally, and I'll be really quick with this, we ended our study with an implementation strategy that, with the next slide, that really looked at the recommendations that I've just gone through, identified the overall timing that we're recommending for their implementation, as well as the cost type that we're going to be identifying, and recommending the overall priority and to include them into the implementation. So this has gone through both the parking optimization asset management, and then next slide deals with the parking management enforcement, as well as the town dock recommendations. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to hearing any questions or comments that council may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Council, any comments or questions for presenter on the parking strategy? Deputy Mayor LaRose.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick one. If we reduce the town dock parking, and during our peak times, people come with boats and trailers and take up the parking on our main street. Although you say it's only for a 4-hour peak period, you only looked at 2 weekends, you didn't know if they were sunny or calm. Being a large user of that area, I've seen that well over 103%, which you were at. But how would that affect our parking? So now we're driving vehicles and trailers, or just vehicles, all out in front of the park and up Main Street. So then we have the businesses saying, now it's more of a problem because I got all these people parked for 4 hours. And then your solve to that is on your recommendation to hire more staff to ticket more cars. And then you want us to get into a shuttle bus system for a tour boat. So my thing would be, what happens, what would be the downside if we just left the parking as is?
So Through your worship, our recommendation with respect to the town dock is to maintain, essentially, it's a small reduction, just 2 spaces with respect to the boat launch itself. So this will accommodate the demand that we're observing for the trailers and boat and vehicles that are pulling the trailers for the usage of the town dock. The recommendation for the reduction is with respect to the passenger vehicles and that lot. So it's the paved lot that we're looking at the reduction in the overall supply on that. The accommodation and relocation of that residual supply is more easily accommodated and spread throughout the parking lots that are within the town that are operating at lower capacity, and we are able to accommodate that supply within it. So it is a spreading of the demand during that peak hour, but not in a way of having trucks and trailers being spread across the on-street parking, but it's at the passenger vehicles rather than being parked specifically at the town dock. They may be 400 or 500 meters away from the town dock at that point.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, follow up. Any other members of council, comments or questions? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. In one of the recommendations, it was suggested that the length of vehicles parking or using angle parking on Main Street be limited to 5.4 meters. And I'm just curious how that would be enforced.
So what was observed as part through the course of the study was that we do have vehicles, especially some of the larger pickup trucks, when they are parking in the angled condition, if they do not pull all the way into the curb itself, they will stick out into the flow of traffic. This is, as you can appreciate, a safety concern for the overall flow of vehicles down Main Street. So with vehicles that are sticking out, it does become clearly evident that they are not within the designated parking spaces, allowing for enforcement officers to ticket them with that respect. The dimensions that you were referring to refer to the size of the space that is being provided. So if they are not within the space that is allocated in the angle, then they are exceeding that length overall. This would be identified, and we are recommending it to be identified with signage to ensure that drivers are clearly noted that they are encouraged to pull forward, to not block the flow of traffic, and in specific areas, some parking spaces could be recommended for small car only to improve any further sightline requirements.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you. Just so I understand, then, with respect to Main Street, particularly the upper portion of Main Street, will there be pavement markings placed that will be the length of the 5.4 meters, so that if you're pulling in and pulling all the way in, you can judge that you're in fact within the parking space? Is that how people are to judge if they're in or they're out?
It's through your worship, the parking currently is provided in a lay-by off of the flow of traffic, and as such, the parking spaces are clearly identified when one is driving into them. So this should allow for individuals to be able to identify whether or not they are located within the spots.
Councillor Vadabunker, good, or follow-up?
Maybe, Your Worship, I'll just ask a follow-up. So I drive an SUV, a mid-size SUV, and I do patronize the businesses along that section of Main Street. And I'm often concerned about pulling right up to the curb because of the overhang of the front of my vehicle potentially interfering with pedestrians that are going up and down the sidewalk there. So some of these vehicles may be inclined to do that as well. So, you know, a larger pickup, they say, okay, well, I'm just going to pull till my tires hit the curb, and hopefully I'm within that period or within that space. So I'm concerned about the potential impact with respect to pedestrians and then vehicle owners that may think that they're within the space, but in fact, it's been determined that they're outside the space.
Understood. And through your worship, there are two elements that really do help provide for that clear understanding. Is first of all, from the front overhang, when the vehicle does pull up to, and the wheel does, if they come up to the curb and the wheel does hit the curb, there is a splash pad that's at the front of, just on the other side of the curb itself, where there's paver materials in that before one gets to the sidewalk. Beyond that, there is a very sufficient sidewalk between there and the business frontages that will ensure that the clearances required for pedestrians are maintained. At the rear of the spots that run parallel to the flow of traffic in the main, there is a concrete gutter that delineates the back end of the lay-by area. So you have a clear definition between the front of the parking space as well as the rear of the parking space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the report and the study. And, you know, parking is always going to be controversial. It doesn't matter how big you are, how small you are. The fact that there's 436 parking spaces available is a good news story for us, and it's not paid parking. So I do like that the recommendation and that the study is looking at multitude of items. And I also sit on the dock committee, and parking is all we talk about. And I was really happy to get this report so we could move forward and look at our dock and our town in a proactive way and not worry that parking is going to be the one thing that deters people from coming here, which it is not. We have lots of free parking. What I think is important that we not lose sight of, and the recommendation does, is it provides different options, permitting for, you know, so for our citizens, and perhaps preferential for those who are from, you know, from the town, who are, you know, launching their boats. And God forbid, some people might have to walk back home and leave their vehicle there to allow for other individuals to come in and pay to use that parking. You know, we need to encourage that we're active in our communities, walking from the curling rink if you're parking a vehicle to go to your boat or to go and enjoy the downtown is not a stretch. If you're in Toronto or in Barrie, you're walking blocks just to find anybody looks for free parking or cheap parking, and you don't get that really close to anywhere where you want to be. So I do appreciate that it's a fulsome report. It's not just about the spaces or reducing or increasing. It's about options, about what we look at, permitting, and, you know, different times of the year. You know, we have Winterama successfully, and we block off the entire waterfront downtown dock area. We've done that the last 2 years, and everybody still is able to park and participate and walk and do what we need to do. So I think we can't lose sight of this. This is not just a one-time issue around parking, but year-round we make those accommodations. We attract a lot of people all the time, and people figure out parking, and we provide options. So I do appreciate the report, and we need to be open-minded about a solution overall, not just about the spots themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Any other? Councillor Waters.
I can appreciate the work that's been put into the parking. However, in the past 40 years, we now have less parking than we had 40 years ago. We have businesses that require people where they just want to go in and out. It's not we don't have a downtown where people park and walk the street for, you know, 2 hours and shop in 12 different stores. It's a lot of it's in and out for retail and small services. Restaurants and hairdressers and stuff may have a longer term where they need them, where they can park 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes away. But if you're just wanting to park and go in and grab a coffee, you don't want to park 8 minutes away and walk and get that. I think we need to address more short-term parking. I think we need more parking to settle at an 85% or 80%, whatever it is, parking level. Doesn't account for the fact that we're getting more and more cars on the street each year. To have it established that level now, we're only going to continue to fall behind. And it is correct that if we were in Toronto and we could park within 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour of where we were going, we'd consider ourselves lucky. But in a small town, you want to be able to pull in front of where you're going and walk in, do your business and leave.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Any other comments from council? I just have a couple for you, Chris, if I can. I'm looking at your survey data you shared with us, so the May 24 and the July. I'm just wondering about the methodology. So, for example, I think on the Saturday you mentioned there was 54 demand spots on the July Saturday. My question to you is, was that the demand on Saturday, or was that, what if there was 20 vehicles that parked on Friday for the weekend? So is 20 cars that parked on the Friday part of those 54? Is that new people that had a demand for a spot on the Saturday?
So what we did was we surveyed the number of vehicles that were parked in the parking lots every half hour, starting at 7 a.m. and completing at 9 p.m. So we actually accounted for every single parked car that was located within the parking lots during those periods in time.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councillor Vita-Bunker.
Thank you. I was just looking for the section in the report. It has to do with the recommendation with respect to the reduction in the number of parking spaces at the asphalt parking lot at the town dock. Just so it's clear for everybody, we're not suggesting, you're not recommending that those parking spaces be eliminated. You're just recommending that they not be used for purposes related to the town dock. They be reallocated to another purpose. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the recommend through your worship, the recommendation is one that we anticipate to be implemented with the town dock revitalization. So nothing with the recommendations we're anticipating is happening immediately, but it would be done through the revitalization project. With that revitalization project, we are suggesting that a reduction in the number of passenger vehicle parking spaces from the 146 to 109 we feel is appropriate given the available parking in the surrounding area to accommodate any potential residual issues that might occur as a result of that. That this would then allow the town dock revitalization project to move forward with the development of the alternative designs to present to the council.
Thank you.
All right, Council, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. I know it'll be later on the agenda where Council look at it. Thanks for the presentation. Okay, Council, I'm going to move on to Section A, Transportation Environmental Services section. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Vita-Bunker. Good too, look at that. Thank you. Sorry, Council Information Package number 5. Council, you want to pull any items for further comments or discussion? Okay, maybe just one quick one. If I can ask maybe our treasurer, Carrie, if you don't mind, on the December 25th package, item 1B, there's a letter there from the OPP. And I know we talked about during the budget process, we're waiting to see what the province's move forward is going to be to help out with the policing costs. So I know we've received that since budget, but how are we going to deal with this now? Just so the members of the public will understand, how will that impact budget, or how are we going to work this into our numbers as we move forward? If you don't mind giving some insight for everybody, I'd appreciate that.
Certainly, Your Worship. So just to confirm, we did receive our 2025 amended OPP billing estimate on December 19th. The ministry offered municipalities a discount on the 2023 year-end reconciliations, which we received approximately $114,000 reduction for the 2023 year-end OPP costs, as well as about $217,000 reduction to the 2025 OPP billing estimate. The impact of that amended OPP billing estimate will be brought forward to council in a report along with, at the same time frame as when we're proposing tax rates to set and when we know the actual growth, the result of the 2025 assessment roll. So options on what council may want to do with that amended OPP discount that we received will be presented depending on when the county sets their tax rates. I'm guessing probably April.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, council, we have a recommended motion that the council information package have been given due consideration, be received for information. We'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Vadabon-Ker. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Sorry, now we're on section A, Transportation Environmental Services section. I'll turn it to you, Councillor Vadabon-Ker.
Thank you, Worship. There is one consent agenda item, and that is the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee meeting minutes from September 10th, 2024. I'll read the recommended action and look for a mover and a seconder. That the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. And it's the September 10th Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee meeting minutes. May I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor LaRose, second Councillor Waters. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. There's one item for consideration, and it has to do with a renewal of the SCADA maintenance agreement for a 3-year term with Aramosa Engineering, Inc. Aramosa has been a longstanding provider of engineering consulting services to the municipality for the SCADA systems. They've been providing that service for about 15 years. These SCADA systems provide the controls and monitor the majority of treatment and distribution systems for both the water and wastewater in the municipality. So they're quite important pieces of software. The agreement is for a 3-year period. Commencing January 1st, 2025. In the report outlines their rates for the next 3 years. In the report, it outlines that the service that they provided has been very good over the period that they've been associated with the municipality, and they've been very professional. And section is recommending that they be approved for another 3 years. Are there any questions or comments on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll read the motion and then I'll look for a mover. The council enter into a maintenance agreement with Aramosa Engineering, Inc. for the provision of SCADA instrumentation and control engineering services for the water and wastewater divisions of the Public Works Department for a term of 3 years, and that the service rates outlined in their maintenance renewal letter dated December 3rd, 2024, forming attachment 1 and 2 to this report, be approved for the 2025, 2026, and 2027 calendar year. May I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor LaRose, a seconder, Councillor Marchand. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We have 2 referrals on our referral list. Septage disposal and treatment resolution, and that is to come forward in the Q1 of 2025, and pedestrian crosswalk paintings, and that is to come forward in Q1 2025. Are there any additions to the referrals list that anybody wants to propose this evening? Seeing none, I'll read the motion then, that the Transportation Environmental Services section endorse the following existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff, and I've read those out, so I'll look for a mover. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconder, Councillor LaRue. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries, and I'll look to see if there's any questions from the media or the public or anyone online. Seeing none, Your Worship, I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vadavonker. I'm going to move on to Section B, Recreation Community Services section, and turn the chair to Councillor LaRue.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the consent agenda, we have three. The Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee meeting minutes of September 26, 24. Multi-Use Recreation Center Update RCS 2025-01 and the Fee Waiver Request 2024 RCS 2025-04. Does anybody have any concern or comments? A mover, Councillor Vadavonker, seconder, Councillor Water. Oh, you had a go ahead.
I just had a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I appreciated the update on the multi-use recreation center project. It was very timely. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody in favor? That's good. And from there, we have matters for consideration. There are two. First one is the Recreation Facilities Assessments, RCS 2025-03. And the recommended action is whereas the Arena and Recreation Center study recommends that major investment in the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center is not advised as replacement of the facility is the preferred long-term solution to addressing the town's arena and facility needs. And whereas the town has established a general 2033 timeline for opening a new multi-use recreation center, and whereas the Arena and Recreation Center study recommends necessary life cycle projects to keep the facility safe and available until a new center is constructed, and whereas the Arena and Recreation Center study recommends that the town maintain the terms of the existing agreement with the Penetanguishene Curling Club and that major capital investments be deferred until a decision is made regarding the long-term use of the site. Now, therefore, be resolved that the capital projects that maintain the structural integrity of the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center and the Penetanguishene Curling Club be presented to Council through annual capital budgeting exercise, and that capital projects that maintain the functioning of the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center for the multiple community uses for 2026 to 2033 be presented to Council through annual capital and budgeting exercises, and further that staff continue to work with the Penetanguishene Curling Club under the auspices of the existing agreement where capital projects are brought forward for consideration as proposed by the club. A long one. Concerns, interests, questions, Your Worship?
Thank you, Councillor Roux. So I appreciate the last report and where we are on this. I think there's lots of work we still have to do to bring this to fruition, and there's going to be obviously a lot of reports coming our way. I'm wondering if now is the right time that we look at what does the future going to look like. So we all know that there's going to be a future multi-use recreational center, but I think what we thought was going to be possible 7 to 10 years ago is different today, and it's going to be different again in another 7 to 10 years. I think our rec master plan is going to help us with what that demand is going to be. I know when we started our discussions years ago about pickleball, we didn't know it would explode to what it's at today. And now we're talking about redoing tennis courts for pickleball. Where I'm going with that is in about 2012, 2013, Oshawa was faced with a very similar scenario as we are, with an aging arena, aging cost to maintain the capital. And their council of the day asked their staff to look at options. And one of the options was to convert the arena to a dryland center. And those of us that are involved with ball hockey, we often go to the children's arena in Oshawa to participate in ball hockey at Oshawa. The council of their day decided to convert theirs from an ice surface to a dryland surface. And they saved a lot of money by not maintaining the infrastructure you need for ice. And they found that the capacity, the use of that dryland center went up because more soccer and lacrosse and ball hockey and the like were able to use that, and peripheral centers, their ice demands went up. Now, I'm not saying that's what we do, but what I think we need to do is we need to look at how do we potentially repurpose existing assets will it diminish the amount of capital we need to put into this? So I know Sherry's provided us reports in the past saying, in order to maintain this chiller or this device or this, it's cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. So does it make sense for us now to look at it and go, maybe we don't continue ice? Maybe we look at our neighbors and go, how do we share our existing infrastructure? And we become the dry land. And again, I think it's worthy of us to at least evaluate these scenarios. Now's the time to do it before we go deep down to this path of what it is it looks like. So I think we need to look at what are the assets and what is this path and how do we dovetail this into this master plan for what we need and what we want as we move forward. So I'd be interested to hear staff's perspective on that and then how we can build this into that. There's a couple of other pieces of this motion that I'm not 100% comfortable with, where we talk about major capital investments be deferred until decisions made regarding a long time use of the site. I think we still need to maintain our infrastructure. And users of our arena, for example, have mentioned things like the shutoff for showers. We have to go up into the ceiling space to do that. So I think we need to maintain our infrastructure, especially for 10 years out. That's just the cost of doing business. So I think it's important we have our long range plan, but I really want to look at how we can repurpose what we have and use it to make sense. So, Mr. Chair, I'd love to hear if staff have any view on that and how we can be able to dovetail that with existing work.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sherry, would you have any comments on this?
Thank you. Certainly through you, Mr. Chair, to Your Worship. So the motion is structured that we would, of course, continue that if the showers are failing, that we would make them that they're functional. It's major projects, like let's not gut the Brian Urser Hall and the kitchen and invest in redoing it is what the study and staff are proposing that we do. So if we need to replace an HVAC to keep the building heated, then absolutely. Let's carry on with doing what the building is designed right now to do. With respect to looking at converting the building to dry land use, it's certainly one of many options that staff will consider for future look at the arena. The rec master plan, as you alluded to, will look at all of the town's needs, current, future, the inventory. It will look at regional availability of these facilities, all rec facilities, and make recommendations as to where we would head. So I think that that will certainly inform when staff come forward with what to do with the existing facilities. The other piece of it is we may not be able to afford both. I understand that our treasurer has a long-term financial plan project also for this year that I hope will also contribute to crafting what we should be doing with those facilities, because it may very well be that we have to look at the two facilities that we have and potentially sell and use that to fund the construction of the new facility.
Thank you. Any further comments, concerns? So yes, Councillor Vladimir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a very interesting report. One of the things that wasn't mentioned in terms of it talked about a structural assessment, and I know when this had come up previously that one of the things I'd advocated for was not only the structural but the mechanical assessment, just in terms of the various components, the chiller, the compressor, some of the things that His Worship was referring to. Could you advise whether those were evaluated as part of this structural assessment? Because I didn't see that in the report.
Thank you. Those pieces were included.
Thank you.
Okay.
One of the other things I was looking for was a professional opinion on a date that the facilities would be deemed not to be functional any longer. That, you know, as much, we're putting money in, we're putting money at a particular date, estimated date, there would be this period to say, municipality, you're going to be at risk now for, you know, a significant breakdown or, you know, something happening that is going to impact your facility. I didn't see that in here. I didn't see that opinion outlined in the report.
Thank you for the additional question. Correct. It's not included in the report. The consultant did not allude to that such a date could be provided, but I can confirm it is not in the report that they could confirm an exact day of what the facility would be considered non-functional, that we would have to shut it down.
Thank you. If I may, just supplemental, in my previous work experience, we'd had a similar report done on a facility that, and there was a date that was said, you know, you'll keep maintaining it, keep doing what you need to do. However, you're going to get to approximately this year and the facility is no longer going to be functional, and you potentially have the threat of an outside agency such as the Ministry of Labor coming in and saying, you got to shut this down. And there are examples in the province where that has happened. So that was an impetus, and it was kind of a target date. The date was exceeded by a couple of years, but that was kind of the target date. And Mr. Chair, that leads me to my next question. The 2033 is referenced in here, and I appreciate having a target date, but if I read the report correctly, I understand that there's approximately $800,000 in the reserve, and the cost of this facility is 46 to 49 million, and that was based in the 2021 report. So with respect to building enough capacity, financial capacity to undertake this project, I think we're a ways away. And I get asked all the time because, you know, as you know, Madam Director, I do spend some time at the arena, and I am involved in sports circles. And there are a lot of people that are very interested in this new facility since the town did the study in 2021, and they're saying, you know, when is this going to happen? When is this going to happen? And I said, you're going to have to be patient because they're very expensive facilities, got to raise a lot of money. And, you know, government hasn't been doling out grants for recreation facilities like they have for water and sewer and bridges and whatnot. So I tell people to be patient. And I see this 2033 date in there, and I like to be an optimist. I'm an optimist by nature, but you know, that's less than 10 years away, substantially less than 10 years. And to raise the kind of money that we're talking about, I think we're really being unfair to ourselves and potentially the public in terms of raising expectations. So maybe as part of this, we need to look at what is a reasonable date, and that ties me back to my earlier comment about if the professionals had identified by a certain date, look, there's no longer your facility's no longer, both of them are no longer going to be, you know, functional. Then we have something we can say, look, community, look, government, we got to do something because we may be shut down, and that would be the worst thing, is to be shut down in the middle of the season. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments on the report. I want to thank the director for bringing it forward. I appreciate all the information that was there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sherry, the 2033 date, where did this, or how did that come about to be part of this report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was confirmed through council direction through previous staff reports.
Okay. And it's not something that it's not something that's written in stone. It could be on ice. So if there are no further questions, concerns, I will read the resolution. That now therefore be it resolved at the end that capital projects that maintain the structural integrity of the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center and the Penetanguishene Curling Club be presented to council through annual capital budgeting exercises,
and that capital projects that maintain the functionality of the Penetanguishene Memorial Community Center for the multiple community uses from 2026 to 2033 be presented to council through annual capital budgeting exercises, and further that staff continue to work with the Penetanguishene Curling Club under the auspices of the existing agreement where capital projects are brought forward for consideration as proposed by club. A mover, Councillor Marchand, Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Nice. Carried. Okay, we move on to the second item, which is the Transitional Employment Program Memorandum of Understanding with Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care, RCS 2025-02. The recommended action is that the draft Memorandum of Understanding between the Corporation of the Town of Penetanguishene and the Waypoint Center for Mental Health Center be approved as outlined in Attachment 1 of Staff Report RCS 2025-02. And that the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Recreation and Community Services are hereby authorized to make minor alterations to the agreement that does not substantially change its content. And finally, that staff bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval. Comments, concerns, questions? None? Mover, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Buddy-Boncoeur, all in favor? And that is also carried. And we move on to referrals to upcoming agenda staff, and we actually have 4. We have the skateboard park review, this GBCSC Cycle of Hope event, McGuire Park pickleball courts, and memorial opportunity. Does anyone have any that they would like to see added? Does anyone feel that any of these should be removed? Councilor, Deputy Mayor?
I think you missed one on the bottom.
Oh, it's right at the top of there. Yes, thank you. Canadian Museum of Water and GB Heritage League. So I have a mover. Deputy Mayor. Second, Councillor Marchand. All in favor? That is carried. Question period from media and public. There are none. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roux. Going to move on to Section C, Planning Community Development Services. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Waters.
And thank you again. Start with the consent agenda. The Planning and Community Development Services have a consent agenda. And so we have 3 items. If there's anybody that wishes to pull anything, then we'll go on with the rest of it. Seeing none, I'll ask that the following 3 consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. The first is a memo from the Director of Planning and Community Development regarding the fourth quarter 2024 update. Second would be a memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer for the monthly activity report for December 2024. And the third being a building code update, BD-2025-01. And we'll go, I guess we need a moved by Councillor Leroux and seconded by Councillor Marshall. And we now have a vote, all in favor, and that passes. And for matters of consideration, we have 1 matter for consideration, and it would be the parking strategy recommendations. PL 2025-04, where recommended action being that staff be directed to operationalize any recommendations regarding the line painting and signage to improve parking in downtown as necessary within existing budgets as per the parking strategy study by LEA Consulting Limited dated October 2024, and that staff be directed to propose the following changes to the traffic and parking bylaw, where they would restrict the parking length of vehicles on Main Street between Robert and Water and Simcoe Street to 5.4 meters, limit the permitted parking time to 2 hours on all streets in downtown, and with additional accessible parking spaces as follows: 2 of them at the town dock, 3 along Main Street and 1 on Robert Street West. And further, that council approved the consolidation of the town dock parking area into 1, having sufficient area for 53 boat trailers parking and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces. And further, that staff be directed to consider the recommendations of the parking strategy study in future road reconstruction projects. And finally, that staff be directed to bring a report back on establishing a parking permit system for Penetanguishene, including necessary staff resources and budget support. And are there any comments or questions from any members in council? Councillor Pattavankar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with respect to the point about the 5.4 meters, the parking length of vehicles to a maximum 5.4 meters. So that is 17.7 feet. And the average length of a small pickup truck is 16.3 feet, and the average length of a full-size pickup truck is 18.4 feet. So if this is adopted or the bylaw is adopted, then full-size pickups will not be permitted to park on Main Street angle parking. And that's the average. So there's going to be some that are less and some that are going to be more. So I think it's going to be a challenge, I think. And I understand because as I said earlier, I park there from time to time, and I also sometimes park right beside a pickup truck, and I got to back up and look up the hill, and it's a challenge. But I just, so that everybody understands what the implications are here. Thanks.
Thank you. Perhaps our director could give us some more information on the length of the vehicles and if the angle of the road parking would be altered so that a longer vehicle could still fit within the required spacing.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Waters. So the parking strategy looked both at short-term and long-term recommendations for the main issue of the residents and council, I think, on this was to, in the short term, change the bylaw to restrict the length of vehicles. It would not include any changes to the angle of the spaces or any sort of capital construction, reconstruction works, because those are interlocking pavers and such. So that's a longer term project to do something like this. The short term solution as proposed by the bylaw is to just restrict the vehicle length. The long term solution to the bylaw is to investigate where parking is in proximity to the crest of the hill and the intersection, the angle and the number of parking spaces on there. So that's a longer-term project. Should council in the future look at that? As everyone recalls, we've just rebuilt Main Street, and so this is not something that I think anyone's anticipating to happen in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I as well cannot support this in good conscience. If we're going to tell people that they can't park a pickup truck on our Main Street, then we're going to have somebody that complains about it. If we have somebody that complains about it, we're going to need a parking strategy. Maybe our bylaw is busier. Now we're giving somebody a ticket and the guy's going to say, I just went into Captain Ken's to pick up some fries, but my full-size pickup truck, because it's a 4-door work truck, I'm going to get a ticket. So to support something that I don't think any of us at this table would want to see happen, but if we go with these recommendations, that's what they want to happen. So there's a whole whack of recommendations in there that are good, but there's a half a dozen that I cannot support.
CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it might just be prudent just to talk or just to kind of reiterate the process piece. And really, at the end of the day, what's in front of committee this evening is to advance the process to the next step. So there's no decision being made this evening or next council meeting when you ratify whatever it is committee recommends this evening. That part of the motion talks about that staff be directed to propose the following changes to the traffic and parking bylaw. My understanding is that that's not going to happen next month, and I don't know if our Director of Public Works is prepared or our Director of Planning and Community Development prepared to speak to the timing of what that might look like, but I think we just recently did one not very long ago. So I can't sit here and say it's going to be next month or the following month. This is really about receiving the report and kind of advancing the process to the next step. My understanding is the traffic and parking bylaw changes do require public consultation, public input. And so really, and that piece might not be clear in terms of the process piece, but really the ask of committee this evening is to receive the parking report and advance the process to the next step, which would include pretty thorough public consultation. So no final decision being made this evening. There's still a number of steps that would need to happen. But through you, Mr. Chair, if our Director of Public Works has any sort of comment, and he may not be able to say that it's going to come, month X, but he may be able to say that, we expect it's going to come sometime in the next 4 to 8 months, as an example. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, perhaps our Director of Public Works can speak to that piece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the Deputy Mayor, we go through an annual process where changes to the traffic and parking bylaw are reviewed annually, where we compile comments and changes to the bylaw. I anticipate to bring that forward for the next iteration in the next 2 to 3 months. Subject to review by staff and through our, in accordance with our policy. And as the CAO mentioned, we do go through a public consultation process where people that are in the immediate area of the proposed changes are offered the opportunity to comment on any change, whether it be a sign or traffic or parking related. So we compile those and submit them on an annual basis to council for consideration. So that would be the process piece that the CAO is alluding to, and subject to approval by council. Any changes, whether it be line painting or otherwise, would be operationalized as part of the roads division operational budget. Happy to answer any other questions.
Just one rebuttal, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's good use of your time, Brian, or your staff to go down the road that leads us to banning parking pickup trucks on our main street. We ran into this problem when we were doing the redesign of the main street when we decided to extend the sidewalks. We made the sidewalks 18 inches wider. Now the trucks stick out 18 inches further. So now we're saying, geez, we did a reconstruct because we listened to the consultant that told us, oh no, it won't harm anything. So the first thing it harms is the first time the next consultant looks at it and says, now we have a pickup truck problem. Now we can only have 5.4 meter vehicles. We're going down the wrong road. Why are we considering doing that? Why would we ask our staff to do that work if there's no chance? I would never put my hand up to ban a pickup truck off our main street.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. I think in the report that was provided to us tonight, there was an opportunity for survey information to be completed, and what was paramount and was on, I think, every slide was safety and concern. So the main street's been reconstructed. We went ahead, although it might have been a consultant's recommendation. The council at the time agreed to it and proceeded with it. So we're now the council of the time looking at a different report and having to make decisions. So banning a truck that is longer, it's not about banning that truck. It's about ensuring that there is safety and visibility because citizens are concerned around that parking the way it is situated today and not being able to pull out from there. So, you know, I support the report and would like to move forward because I think we need to keep things moving. If we say no to one particular area, then put a motion forward that you don't support that section, but there's a lot more than just that one piece, and parking will continue to be an issue that we need to discuss and resolve, and we do need to move it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor LaRose in the sense for the trucks, but one thing that I would probably recommend and would be to have the first 3 parking spaces to the 5.4. And the reason for that is if you're coming down Main Street or you're turning the corner here off Robert and going around, and there are a whole bunch of vehicles waiting to go through, and you've got one of those trucks in one of those spaces. Once you've passed 3 parking spaces, you're clear to go. So I would probably suggest that we look at that 5.4 for the 3 first parking spaces and then the rest, whatever it may be.
And our mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one thing I think was great about this survey, I think added some clarity to our town dock discussion. I liked seeing the 55 to 53 in the boat launch area. I think it added some clarity for everyone. The one thing, hearing the deputy mayor and then hearing our CEO, and my brain was going here as well, the motion says to bring this forward, the bylaw forward. The staff be directed to propose the following changes to traffic and parking bylaw. I think what I'm hearing is, you know, if we're going to follow the process that Brian outlined, then I think if we can just add that comes back through CAL. And I think the public consultation needs to be more than just the people around the affected area. I think this is a community conversation, so maybe we could do a pick and bring this through CAL. If we can amend that to reflect that, I think it would ease everyone's mind. I also agree with Councillor Vadabunker and Councillor Roux and Deputy Mayor about the 5.4, and I think Councillor Roux, you brought up a great idea. Maybe it's the 4th spot and onwards, and I think having some dialogue together, we can get there. My other concern is the second one here says limit the permitted parking for 2 hours. The CEO and I have done Main Street walkabouts to our business community, and I'll echo something you said, Councillor Waters, that every business had told us that if they can't park in front of the business, they don't drive around the block or go to the spot down the block. If they can't do it, they just move on. And all of our businesses have told us that. I think we need to listen to that. So I'm a little concerned about the 2 hour throughout the Main Street core. So I think we need to hear that from those businesses, and how can we help support that? I did like the permitted parking strategy, but I think we need to understand what that means. I know I had a brief chat with the CEO about that today. I would never support paid parking on the Main Street, but if it's for employees working on the Main Street for a specific lot, I think that's great, but I think we need to all see that and understand what that looks like. I had some great conversations this summer as well with the Georgian Legacy, and they said to us many times that if people can't park there, they didn't want to park at the Curling Club and walk down. And they really polled their audience and said that they weren't interested in that. So I would really like to hear a little more about that. And then if Brian's willing to, or staff willing to, if we can do that through a public information and then bring this process back through committee of the whole, I would welcome it. But the way it is right now, it just sounds like we're going to bring it forward on the bylaw to 2 to 3 months from now, which to me is difficult to do. Mr. Chair, I don't know if we want an amendment for that or if the CEO is good for that from a direction standpoint, but I just see that second part, and that staff be directed to propose the following changes to traffic and parking bylaw. I would just say following changes to a future committee of the whole after a public information center. With that slight change, I'd be comfortable, because I think we're all saying small tweaks to get us there.
And Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Worship, would you be suggesting or recommending that with the discussions that we've had and the information that we've put back to staff, that we defer this back to staff for a further report and a public meeting?
Correct. That's what I'm suggesting. Let staff take our feedback and then confer with public, and then they come back through our CAL process instead of just doing the bylaw.
You're making that as a motion?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe staff, if they want this to be friendly, or just amend this, but that's what I'm suggesting. I don't know if the CEO is working on that
Well,
with staff.
whatever, if you're making that as a motion, I would second it.
Would you like me to read the amended motion? All right. That staff be directed to operationalize any recommendations regarding line painting and signage to improve parking in downtown as necessary within existing budgets as per the parking strategy study by Lee Consulting Limited dated October 2024. And that staff be directed to propose the following changes to a future committee of the whole meeting after a public information center related to the traffic and parking bylaw. 1, restrict the parking length of vehicles on Main Street between Robert Street and Water Street, Simcoe Streets to 5.4 meters. 2, limit the permitted parking time to 2 hours on all streets in downtown. 3, add additional accessible parking spaces as followed. 2 at Town Dock, 3 along Main Street, and 1 at Robert Street West. And further that council approved the consolidation of the Town Dock parking area into one sufficient area for 53 boat trailer parking spaces and 109 passenger vehicle parking spaces. And further that staff be directed to consider the recommendations of the parking strategy study and future road reconstruction projects. And finally, that staff be directed to bring a report back on establishing a parking permit system for Penetanguishene, including necessary staff resources and budget support.
And I'm not sure what I do now. Councillor Vandenbonker.
Just a question of clarification. There's a number of items covered in this motion, and we talked about going back for public consultation. Is all of it going back, or is it just the components dealing with the parking amendments to the parking bylaw?
Thank you, Councillor Vandenbonker. Within the motion, it speaks to the items related to the traffic and parking bylaw.
And a question from our mayor.
I like what Madam Clerk's presented. I like the pick and bring back the committee. My only thing to echo with Councillor Vandenbonker, when we read the items number 1, 2, 3, 4, it sounds like, I'll use 5.4. I think Councillor Roux brought up a great idea about, maybe it starts in the 4th spot, but if we keep it written the way it's written, it doesn't provide that clarity that we're going to do that. So I wonder if we add one that says the future pick and come back to Cal with council's consideration or comments, then at least this 5.4 is something we want to be evaluated. But right now it doesn't reflect that in this amended motion. Does that make sense? So if we were to say, following changes to the traffic parking bylaw with a future pick and come back to committee of the whole with council's considerations or council's feedback or council comments, because I appreciate what the comments were with 5.4, then at least you can take that away and include that. If not, it reads the way it reads with 5.4 as the example.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I reread that portion of the motion? And that staff be directed to propose the following changes to a future committee of the whole meeting after a public information center and report back to committee for their consideration related to the traffic and parking bylaw. Does that cover it? Okay.
Through your worship, if I can, just for clarity for staff's sake, is the only council consideration piece that we're referring to with respect to the 5.4 meters and the 4 spots, or what, just maybe we can summarize that so that staff's clear on what those items are?
So from my view, what I'm suggesting this pick and this as come back to Cal, I think the 2 hours is another example. I think that's something that we've discussed. So my suggestion is anything that council brought up, I'm not saying let's make this a motion, but the 2 hours is an example. Maybe staff will look at it and say section A and D is going to be 45 minutes. But I just think if you take these feedback and then bring it forward at a future through the pick process in the cow, I think reflects that. If you want definitive, we can, but
Through your worship, maybe I'm just looking to our Director of Planning Community Development. I want to make sure we've got clarity on our end before we're going out for public consultation and not being clear.
Certainly, I'll try and help out here. So I think the way that I would understand it is that any of the changes that we're proposing through the recommendation from COW tonight would be that that staff be directed to hold a public consultation on these proposed changes, including a PIC that deals with them all, and then come back with a recommendation on the specifics. I don't know if that's at all clear, but I think, unfortunately, I feel like we're getting held up on what the type of the public consultation is, and what the motion was always intended to do was, this is what we'd like to see, give it back to staff, do the public consultation under the policy that Brian has, and run the changes to that parking and traffic bylaw get made, beef it up a little bit to do some more specific and targeted consultation, and then flowing from that would be additional information and a recommendation to council that could include changes to, as the mayor mentioned, 45 or 15 minutes quick stops, or potentially only amending the parking lengths for the first 3 parking spots. Those would all flow after the public consultation and a recommendation. I think these would be general guidelines, at least to put something out to the public. But we could include, as mentioned, the other recommendations that we discussed tonight. Again, no additional changes to the bylaw is going to happen. This is really just about, as I hear, beefing up the consultation and ensuring that we're getting the public on board, or they're hearing their feedback on these very details.
So if I can echo the director's comment, I'm not comfortable with the 2 hours. So I agree on the public information, but I think that's no different than 5.4. And I think Councillor Roux, you brought up a really good idea that starts at spot 4, but I think we need to do the same kind of work on the 2 hours. I'm not comfortable in supporting that. And I think that's something that needs a little more staff review to come back with some options. So maybe the best thing is we defer it and council can give the comments to staff, and next month we can come back and relook it after you've heard from everyone that can give you their feedback.
Councillor Marshall.
The way I interpreted the feedback from the director was that all of the items, so not just the 5.4, but item 1s, 2s, 3, all of the pieces would then go out for public consultation, our feedback taken into consideration, the work be done, then come back to committee of the whole. So to your point, the 2 hour, that could very much come up in the public consultation. So I understood that everything under this motion would be provided public consultation, our feedback will be taken into consideration, then a report back to committee of the whole, and then that's how I understood it.
Andrea?
Yes, just to clarify on Councillor Marchand's point, the operational stuff, again, it's not separate. That's not subject to a bylaw change. That is operational. The parking permit work plan sort of item, that is something that we report back on. It is really those regulatory changes that we are proposing that impact the public that would be subject to that consultation as we've just discussed.
I understand what's being suggested, and I appreciate the work that was done to get us to this point. I'm still having difficulty moving forward with the motion that as presented, and to further complicate the life of the clerk, I'm going to suggest that the paragraph dealing with the consolidation of town dock parking area into one be separated out and voted separately. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I don't know if this helps or hinders the process, but I'll move that motion with the pick and come back to Cal. So that's an amended motion to help for the process. And then I believe Councilor is going to second that.
So with that motion, then I guess do we go for a vote? Or should it be read?
I can read it one last time if you like. Okay, so this motion reads that staff be directed to operationalize any recommendations regarding, oops. Okay, no, I'm clear. And regarding line painting and signage to improve parking in downtown as necessary within existing budgets as per the parking strategy study by Lee Consulting Limited dated October 2024, and that staff be directed to propose the following changes to a future committee of the whole meeting after a public information center and report back to committee for their consideration related to the traffic and parking bylaw. 1, restrict the parking length of vehicles on Main Street between Robert Street and Water Street, Simcoe Streets to 5.4 meters. 2, limit the permitted parking time to 2 hours on all streets in downtown. 3, add additional accessible parking spaces as followed: 2 at Town Dock, 3 at Main Street, and 1 at Robert Street West. And further, that staff be directed to consider the recommendations of the parking strategy study in future road reconstruction projects. And finally, that staff be directed to bring a report back on establishing a parking permit system for Penetanguishene, including necessary staff resources and budget support.
I think I'm a little confused on your motion or what you read. So there's still no change on the 5.4 meters on the Main Street, and there's no change on the 2 hours. It still remains as originally presented. Is that correct? Okay. And Councillor Marchand?
Did I miss that we are keeping in the consolidation of the Town Dock parking, or did you? Oh, okay. Doesn't that have to be approved? Have the Town Dock not in it? Sorry, I'm confused with the
Because we
process
didn't
here.
suggest it.
Thank you. I just asked that paragraph be separated out and voted on independently. I can support, what the clerk has recommended. I could support everything else, but I can't support that particular paragraph. So I've asked that be separated out and it be voted on separately. And that's a procedural request so that everybody gets a chance to vote on that on its own.
So,
okay, but from a procedural perspective, that was not the original motion that the mayor and Councillor LaRue actually have got a first and a seconder. It didn't preclude that. So from a process perspective, should it not be in, then we come back and ask for it to be removed?
Through you, Councillor Waters, to Councillor Marchand, you're correct. It was my understanding that everyone was on board with that. So if not, if you'd like to move a motion to remove that portion, we can do that and vote on that and then remove it if you'd like.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder, with all the comments that have been made, people are saying, well, my thing counts, and somebody's saying my thing doesn't count. All of this, why wouldn't we just, staff has heard us. They've heard us for the last 15, 20 minutes about it. Why don't we just not deal with this tonight, send it back to section, let them have a go at it, and we'll review it at our next time. It's going to be a motion and an amended motion, and then you're going to have your amended motion, then you guys got yours. Just, why don't we just make a motion to defer it, let staff re-bring it back in a month from now, and we'll deal with it. It'll be less confusing if they've weave into the bylaw some of the stuff.
Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is probably exactly what I was suggesting earlier, Deputy Mayor. And if that's the case that you're making this motion, I will second it.
So with the new motion to refer everything back to staff for next meeting, and we already have a mover and a seconder, I guess all in favor? And that passes. So the next thing I guess we have would be our referrals to upcoming agendas and for staff. And tonight we have 4 items. Does anybody have anything that they wish to add? Seeing none, I'll read the motion that the Planning and Community Development Service section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. The first being the cell tower public notification procedures with public notice protocols and procedures for proposed telecommunication towers, which was brought forward by our Mayor Rawson, was the draft 1 for Q1 2024 and draft 2 Q2 2025. Second one is 161 Church Street. Options for future use, including parkland or other options to define and clarify use, which again was brought forward by our mayor with a for Q4 2024 updated to Q4 2026. And our last one, the loitering bylaw, where we were asked to perform an environmental scan of the downtown core and explore requirements for a loitering bylaw, also brought forward by our mayor and with a Q 2025 date. Are there any comments or questions? And our mayor has a question.
Just a question about 161 Church. I see it's been moved to Q4 of 26, which in essence is going to be next term of council. Is there no possibility to get that on before next term?
And Andrea?
Thanks very much. To answer the question, Your Worship, I did propose a memo on the last committee of the whole talking about this item and how it's tied to the work that Sherry's department's doing in the recreation and master plan that she's working on. And so it's really interrelated to the work that she's doing, that specific referral talking about whether or not it should be parkland or another use. That study will identify if it should be parkland. The other uses would be like the plan B. So I didn't feel appropriate moving any discussion forward on the parkland use in advance of Sherry's work. So that's the timing of that work relates to her proposed work plan for the master plan for recreation. Sorry, in short, I wasn't proposing to be it any sooner unless that work can happen sooner.
Any other comments? Then I'll ask for your vote. All in favor? And that passes. And last item.
Sorry, Councillor Waters, I didn't get a mover and a seconder for that motion.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Leroux, seconded by Councillor Marshall. And the vote, all in favor, and that passes. And the last item would be our question from media and public. And I guess there's nothing here, so we'll pass the chair back to our mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. Over to you, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Under consent agenda items, we have no items. Under matters for consideration, there are no matters this evening. For referral to upcoming agenda and staff, we have 3 items on that are listed. Paper ballot consideration in 2026 election, that is Q1 of 2025. Cultural Alliance, the report to come back Q1 of 2025, and digital signage as well, coming back Q3 of 2025. Can I get is anyone looking to add, or can I get a mover? Oh, I need to read the motion that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following and additional existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Mover, Deputy LaRose, second, Councillor Waters. All those in favor? That motion carries. Any questions from the media or public? Seeing none, back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Looking for motion to adjourn at 9:27 p.m. It's moved by Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Roux. All in favor? Have a good night, everybody.